Good morning, good morning. Hello, happy Sunday. I hope you're having a great day so far, whether or not you're watching the VOD or here live. We are gonna be, let's see, what are we working on? I know it's the game template engine, but right, I had saved off like a list of problems that we had run into. Have the entities move in and out of cells, the update, and then have all the platforms draw as one mesh. So those are two issues that we can work on. All the entities, like the entities moving in and out of cells, the update is definitely going to be an important one coming up. The main reason for that is as our player moves through the world, the player is only checking collisions with entities that are in the same cell or nearby the same cells as them. And of course, if even if we understand the player's location as like being drawn here, if it's not in that cell, then we're not going to query for it, and it's going to fall through the world. So yeah, this is going to be a big one that we have that good idea for us to do. So perhaps that would be a good one to do right now. All right, so what is that going to look like? When we move in and out of cells, so if we go to world, we have this update. And so we have, here it is. We have the entities all update with each other. But right now, like we're not then necessarily checking if the entity should change cells. So we're doing this intermute for each entity. Okay, so have this entity update. Probably this is an excellent time for us to determine if we should move them from a cell, or should we wait until the very end and then say, okay, now cells like rearrange yourself. I don't know if that's a good idea because only some things are moving. So if we basically, okay, so here's our entity. We have our update. We need to check to see if it's moved out of the cell. And if it has moved out of the cell, time for us to extract it and put in reinsert it. Essentially, that's all we need to do is extract it and reinsert it. So let me first start by I'm gonna multi-line this closure. Now, are we returning anything from update? We're not, so this can be semicoloned. And then after we update the entity, they have moved. So we need to probably ask the cell, is this entity still in the same like location of where it's supposed to be? We have a problem with that. How do I know what cell that it was in? Our entities don't. Here's our entity. I don't believe that our entities have any kind of identifier. So I can't necessarily search for it inside of a like in the vectors. But I could give it an identifier. We can give it an ID. So I could do something like, we have an ID. Do we have any tests that deal with this? Excuse me. It's one of those delayed second ceases. Okay, so let's see. This is okay. I don't have any tests for this. Go ahead and create some. Okay, so create new entity. Now we're doing entities with this sort of builder pattern. And that's where we have things like this. Right, we get the default first. And then we can set whatever we want to off of that. What I want to do is give it an ID. And suddenly that's a problem, because that means we now need to give it this. Okay, so entity new. And then we're going to pass it an ID, like I don't know, 10. All right, so if I'm expecting to have this entity new ID, then we need to have a new function. That's, oh wait, we already have a new. Hold on. Okay, so create a new entity with the default values and give it an ID. All right, so when we do this, okay, entity new, we'll have to do something like 10. So ID, let's make this a U. I mean, a U32 will give me way more entities than I ever expect that I should have to. So I'll just use that. Now, just doing this, obviously that will give us a warning, but the test should be happy. What are you upset about? Oh, yeah. Okay, so new. Because I am using this elsewhere. So that means we have to have some system for generating these IDs so that I know exactly what I'm, like which one was which. Now, I wonder. No, I think I did. I think I need to do this just to be sure. Okay, so when we create the player here in the main library, we need to have an ID. Okay, so we can store the ID here in the game state. The problem is that the world is also creating entities. So that makes me wonder, should we create a builder, like a builder struct that we instantiate, and then that can store the state inside that then like spins off new entities? I kind of like that idea, because then we can say like, okay, builder, we need a new player, but then it can store entities inside of it. Okay, so let's move towards that direction. So an entity here, I want to create not a folder, builder.rs. Okay. What are you going to look like? This is going to be a test the entity builder. You're going to be a type entity builder equals entity builder. Yeah. All right, so let's do this. Entity builder new. Okay. Now if we don't put anything down like this because we don't know what we want in it right now. I mean, we kind of do, but I'll just do this in test-driven development style for right now. Just sort of like to very slowly, iteratively build on it. All right, so we're gonna do a simple on entity builder. We know that we're gonna return a self, and that's it. Okay, so that makes you all happy here. Then, what do we want to have happen? So our first thing that we're running into here is the player. We need the player to have, we need to be able to create a player and to give it an ID. So that way we can, I guess we can then find it inside of the grid, like search by ID. Okay, so if I do that, then our entity builder is going to have to store an ID internally. So this is maybe like next ID can be a U32. So we would expect here that our cert equal next ID is going to be 0. Okay. So we now have a next ID in here. We want to now be able to create our player. We see how we create the player here. So the builder is going to have to do all this for us and figure out all this stuff. So we want to create a player. Now, that being said, we don't need it to know that it's a player specifically. All it really needs to know is that it's building this entity, but it's also like adding in this ID for us. So if I take this entity mod here and move that to the side, so we can see here's what the entity needs. And so here's what we're going to be adding into it. So at this point in time, for this test, we're going to have, okay, so entity ID is this. I don't think I even want an entity new anymore. So I think I can get rid of these tests specifically. We're going to throw in an ID here. So you probably have to be public. And you're a U32. And the other thing that I actually want to get rid of is I want to get rid of our default here. Because if we're not doing... Well, I don't want to get rid of it right this second. Okay, so ID self dot ID that will copy default. So So you're all happy there. Right. So we're not going to need we're not like this entire thing where we're checking for the entity new. Yeah, that's not going to need to happen. So let's go ahead and remove that requirement. So it's not world, that's you. We're not going to take in you. That makes everybody happy. Now our builder is gonna start having functions to sort of like set all of this up for us. So while new is a fairly simple one here, we then want to do another test. CI create basic entity. So this is going to be like the bare minimum. What's the bare minimum that we can do for this? So we're going to first create a new entity builder. Once we have that, we're going to create a new entity through the entity builder. So it's going to be the builder, just the builder pattern. So we call this like essentially a basic entity builder dot create entity, and then here we can use like these dot patterns here. So if I don't give it any, like, what's the bare minimum we need to give it? We need to give it a location, otherwise it's just going to be 0, 0. So if I get a location, but then width and height maybe it doesn't need. So so dot location, we'll give it like a 50.0. Draw system can be a none. Affected gravity is probably going to be default false. Although maybe, you know what? Maybe we could just do this. We're going to do that and then build. And you're going to give us an entity. Okay, so we can give you a look default. And I think all of you are going to be sort of like what we'd expect. So we can now do some asserts. All right, so first of all, entity builder dot next ID should be 1. So whatever, we start with 0, so it should be 1 next. Okay, then these all need to be set. So insert equal, our basic entity dot location is vector 2. It's the equivalent of that. Same thing with height. Then we have this draw system, so we'd expect it to be a none. And actually, this should probably not be an assert equal. This should be just an assert. And we're going to do matches. This is going to be our basic entity dot draw system, and we expect you to be equal to a none. Okay, affected by gravity should be false. Physics system should be a none. Collidable should be false. The state. Okay, so entity state. What is your default? Ah, interesting. Okay, so our actual entity state here, we should expect that to be probably none to begin with. And you're not none like that. You're entity state. None. And then your ID. And we expect you to be a 0. All right, so you're upset because we don't have a create entity method. So let's go ahead and add that in. We're not taking anything in here, except a reference to self, probably. Is that true? I wonder where my ID should be, like the ID logic should be. Should that be here when I create a new one, or should it be on build? I'm thinking that maybe this should happen here. So we're gonna take an immutable self. We're gonna return a self. Is that true? No, we're gonna return a immutable reference to self. So we're gonna that means that we also need a current ID that we're using. More importantly, this might mean that we need that we actually don't want to have the ID set up right here. We're just going to return a self like that. And this next ID will occur in the build. So build is next up for yelling at us. This takes an immutable self. We are going to return an entity. So the first thing is that next ID is going to be set up for us, but we're going to have to figure out this. So we don't have anything internally here. So let's just create the new entity and then return it. So we're going to turn an entity. I'm not going to do anything like new or default because I'm actually going to remove those functions from entity when we're done with this. And the builder is going to be the only way that we want to create these, at least officially. Okay, so our location. So if we want these to have like default, well, okay, we're gonna Wrong kind of vector. Because I don't want that. I want an algebra vector too. I'm just gonna do this to like make it pass as quickly as possible, but we're going to actually, you know what I can do? I can just copy you. Well, everything except that. All right. So to begin with, all the pubs, you go away. Okay, so width, we're gonna set your halves this default. This draw system, you're just gonna be a none. Effect by gravity, false. You're a none. False. State, entity state, none. And ID. Okay, so this is where we're gonna say self dot next ID. And I guess that's gonna be interesting because now I can't increment that. So up here, next ID. So copy that, and then self dot next ID plus equals to 1. And then you become just this ID there. All right, so you should be happy. What else is going on here? You need to be borrowed as mutable. Strict comparison. Okay, so let's fix that. Hi, Chantilly. Happy Sunday. How's your Sunday going so far? Pretty good? Awesome. That's great to hear. All right, so let's see. What did I do? We're able to create this basic entity. So if I want to, I need to be able to override each of these things if I want to make it make sense. You're having this entire week off. Oh man, that is the best. That is the best. Are you gonna do anything fun? Hanging out at home? Like, what's the plan? All right, so if I want to build at this point in time, now I want to be able to add in each of these things for ourselves so we can update them and set them, as it were. So I want to be able to add in a location. And so what I'm hoping for is that now I can have I can create individual tests for each of those. So this is create basic entity. This is gonna be create entity with location. So let mute the entity builder equals entity builder new. Then this is gonna be entity with location. It's gonna be equal to entity builder dot create entity. Did I give that? Yeah, I did. Okay, so then we have dot location, and we're gonna give it an X and a Y. So let's do something like 42.0 y equals, we'll just do the opposite, 24.0. And then we'll build this. So we're going to expect, so assert equal, the entity with location, dot location. So we're going to have an expected location too. Okay, so entity with location dot location is going to be the same as the expected location. All right, so you're yelling at me because we don't have this location in here, so we have to add that in. You're having this. Let's see. You're catching up on chores, errands, and then chill. The chill part sounds nice. The chores, not quite as much. Okay, so we're gonna have a location. And this is, we're going to give an X, which is an F32, and a Y, which is an F32. And we're going to return, this also takes in, not just that, but a mutable self. We're going to return a mutable self. So it can be part of that, builder pattern. You like the music today? Awesome. Yeah, I got your message offline that like the music was just a little bit too chill, so I switched it over to EDM today. Okay, so if I need to like store this location away, that means also we need to have the location in here. So we're gonna have a location, which is, you're gonna be a vector 2, which is this, and algebra. I think we already have that. F32. Which means we need to store you in here. We'll make you 0.0 here for our default, which means that for this entity here, for that location, you're going to become self.location, and then you are going to update that. So self.location.x is going to be equal to x, equal to y, and then return self. And then you should be all happy. So all of these tests should still run just fine. And they do. Okay, so we're going to do that sort of refactoring where I just take it out of here. Out of here, and it's pulled into like its own little sections. So now we want to update the width. And so I'm basically going to do this exact same thing and duplicate these tests. They're not exactly duplicates because they're for each of the functions individually. So this can be width. And I should really do with size. So that way I can't forget to like give it a height also. So with size, for you, we're going to have a width, a height. Sure, you can be the same numbers. Okay, so expected. I don't think, well, maybe I could. I guess I don't actually need an expected location for this one because it's not turning into some other data structure like a vector 2. Okay, so entity builder, we create the entity builder. So entity with size. Okay, so create entity, and then this is going to be size, the width, and height. And then we're going to build that. And so we expect the width to be width and U to be height. All right, so size first. So we're gonna take in the width, which is an F32, height, which is an F32, and we're gonna return a mutable self. So that makes you happy. Now the next thing is it's saying like, hey, this is we don't have a width and a height set, so let's go ahead and do that. And is that true? Is that what he was yelling at me about? Oh, strict comparison also. We need to add that in. Okay, so width, you're going to be an F32. You're an F32. Okay, you should be happy there. Next, moving down, width and height are both going to be self dot. U. And then in size, we're going to do self dot width is equal to width. Dot height is equal to height. And return self. So all of these tests should still pass. Excellent, they do. So this is the sort of like the key to the test-driven development. This is where like the very small, fast iterations as I'm refactoring it, making it better, adding new functionality. And then at any point in time, everything was working like within 5 minutes ago. Which is super nice. Utsby, hello. Where's my Christmas sweater? So believe it or not, I don't own a Christmas sweater. I think I did at one point in time a long time ago, and I don't remember what happened to it. So I haven't had a Christmas sweater in forever. So this is it. All right, so a draw system. So if we're creating a draw system, this is going to be a little bit more interesting. Create entity with draw system. So if we're going to create a draw system, this is a huge disappointment. Worst thing of 2020 by far. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've ruined everything. But you know, the good news is that in 4 days, 2020 will be over, and you can forget that I just put that cap on 2020 of terribleness. And you can look forward to 2021 when I don't have a sweater. And it's going to be terrible, like even more terrible then, because I've had a full year to get ready for it. Okay, so I need a draw system. I think our player draw system is the only draw system we have. Is that true? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we have a player draw system. From and into. So we have this player draw system, and we implement draw for it, and that's it. So we don't have like any new or anything else like that. So it's just create a new player draw system, Just like that. Okay, so then we create our entity builder. Create entity. So instead of with size, now it's going to be draw system. And here we have to box this up. So it's going to be a box, new, and then draw system. Then we build that, and we now have to assert that, okay, this is going to be a little bit, this is going to be interesting. Let's first assert that not matches the entity. You're not entity with size anymore. That doesn't make sense. You're entity with draw system. Well, let's actually just call you entity. So our entity draw system is gonna be is not a none. Okay, so then you should be set up here. Okay, so what are you going to be? You're going to be a box with a dyn draw system. We're going to return a mutable reference to self. All right, so if we run this, this should fail because we still, we actually have something in here. Is that true? Yeah, fail. Okay, right here. So then I would, okay, we want to now put in our draw system here. Option with a box, dyn, draw system. And you just start out as a none. And that means here when we build the entity, our draw system is going to be a self.draw system. And draw system does not implement the copy trait, but we might be able to fix that. So here in our, can we implement copy for you? Copy. We can. Okay, so that means we should be able to go up one. And then also say that you implement debug clone copy. I mean, so this isn't erroring for us. But we're getting, our number of errors just skyrocketed. Oh, cannot be, okay. So we can't do that. All right. So I cannot, can I do clone instead of copy? Maybe that will be happier. How about like that? Just clone. And then in our player draw system here, just be clone. No, you're still unhappy with this. Because, okay, so the clone makes it unhappy. So we can't do that. Which is rather unfortunate. All right, so how do I want to do this then? Cannot move out of self-draw system, which is behind immutable reference. And I don't like... At this time in build, I kind of want to just take ownership of it. But... And then we're getting dropped here. And I don't think dereferencing this will help. The dot should auto dereference for us. And I can't clone it. Do I have to do this up here? Like essentially draw system equals self.draw system. Yeah, okay, so that's the same. Cannot move out of here. Consider borrowing the options content, which I don't want to. I want to take ownership of like the entire thing. I wonder if I can, like extract out. So can I do something like if let some draw system equals this. So if we have a draw system that I want to return a sum, like rewrap it again, draw system. Otherwise, return a none. So that way we get an option again, but I'm not returning the exact same option. No, okay. So the same problem happens here. Cannot move out of here. Can I move out of self.drawSystem.0? Wait, draw system's not a tuple. And options aren't accessed through tuples, right? They're accessed. They're enum. Oh, I wonder if there's a method that I can use. I wonder if there's a method I can use. Hold on, let's undo this. So for our draw system, can I do something like self.draw system dot okay, so what's take? Takes the value out of option, leaving the none in its place. No, I don't. I mean, I guess I could use a take, then replace the none. Although everything should be destroyed after this, so it shouldn't matter. So maybe we can do take? Feels a little bit odd. What if I do this up here? Now I could create the entity in this build here. I could create the entity with a none. And then if it exists, maybe I can take it. So let's first see, can I take this? So let's do this right now. Draw system, it's gonna make you a none by default. Just to make all the, no more errors. So can I do something like this? Let So this would be if let some draw system self dot draw system let the actual system equals draw system dot take. Oh no, it has to be done out of here. Oh, okay. So hold on. That would be something like this. Where I do self dot draw system dot take like that. So it's not yelling at me. So if I do something like equals you, okay, so you become an option draw system out of there. Okay, so does that mean I can just say, okay, draw system is a self dot draw system dot take? Yeah, okay, so that's how we're gonna do it. So we take this out. If there's a value, we take it. So we take ownership of it, put it in there. So that's gonna be that box. And then we leave a none that gets replaced inside of the entity builder. However, the entity builder is about, well, actually, no, it's not going to go out of scope. It's going to stay in here. So that's actually a really good point. I may need to reset these. If I create 2 of these in a row, we could have problems. Okay, but then that should make you all happy. So then down here, we're going to do self dot draw system. It's going to be equal to a sum draw system. And return self. So you should be happy, and all these tests should still work. And they do. Perfect. Okay, so that's gonna be nice. Now we've just identified a problem here. If I try to update and do this twice, so if I do something like test CI I use this should be like a reset. Reset entity builder after build. So basically, I would expect something like this. We're going to create an entity builder. We're going to build with it, except we need to override all the things. So we're going to create the entity. What do we have so far? We have location, width, height. Okay, so we have location, we have size, and we have draw system. So we have location. So if we have something like, I don't know, 15. These don't really matter. Size, like draw system. It's gonna be a box new. No. There you go. Our draw system. Then we build. I would expect everything to still be the default at this point in time. But just for the entity builder should have its default stuff. So entity builder next to these should be 1. I want to reset these. Okay. So all of these should be reset. Okay, so we're going to do insert equal entity builder dot we're going to have our next ID, our location, our width, whatever these things are, and then closed. So let's actually go in and fix these. So next ID, we actually know next ID is going to be 1. So I need to test you again. Okay, so location. We know that this should be a vector 2 new 0 0. So that needs to be reset. Our width needs to be 0.0. Height needs to be 0.0. And our draw system needs to be a none. So this actually needs to be a matches. Okay. I'm missing bangs. All right, what are you upset about? Strict comparison. All right, so if I run this, they should all fail because I'm not actually resetting anything. So left should not be equal to right. Yeah. Like here, we can see this is 15 and 156. That's our location was not reset for ourselves. So we need to now fix that. So I don't necessarily want to create like a new entity, but we're going to want like a reset function. And then we can just call that. And I'm not going to return anything from this. I think what we're going to do is say self. Oh, that'd be nice if I can like have that auto repeat down. But okay, so we're going to have all of these things set up for ourselves. Let's just do that here. Self dot. Okay, so next ID, we don't actually need to reset you. You're going to stay the same because the build updates that. Although, now that I think about it, maybe every time we reset, it increments. That actually could work out really well because then build doesn't have to do this here. We're going to create our entity, then reset. Okay, so actually I like that a little bit. So we are going to say self dot next ID is plus equals to self dot next ID. Okay, then we have self dot location. You're going to become equal to a vector 2. Self dot width 0. And draw system, you're going to be a none. And that's going to be it. We've reset. And that means here in build, we're going to have to like change the order of this just around a little bit. So instead of this self.next ID increment like that, we're going to let entity equals and then build this that. Then we can do self dot reset, and then we can return entity. Now I have 5 errors. No, we've got that weird thing going on again. But no, okay, no actual errors. It just is not all that fun. Okay, so if I run this, everything should work now. No, it should not. Okay, what happened? Okay, so this is the test reset entity builder after build. Okay, left does not equal right. Left is 0, right is 1. That looks like this one right here. So next ID was supposed to be, so left is 0, right is 1. Yeah, that should be. Okay, so here's the build. We get the next ID here. We create this entity with the ID. We self.reset. Next ID plus equals, 1. If you add 0 and 0 together, surprise, surprise, it's not 1. I don't know why. Yeah. Math. Excellent. Okay, so we will have to update that test as we add these new things in. But at least that will like keep us honest, hopefully. All right, so we've added in our draw system. Next, we need to add affected by gravity. So that's going to be our next thing. So let's go ahead and write our test. Let's get a test. Create entity affected by gravity. Okay, so create a new entity builder. Let entity equals entity builder new. We could then say that it's affected by gravity. So affected by gravity. Now, do I want this to be a toggle? Like I just say you're affected by gravity and now you're true? Or do I want to say that I pass in a Boolean to this? If I pass in a Boolean, it's very explicit. Otherwise, it's just sort of like, hey, you're affected by gravity, and that's it. Maybe this works. I don't know. So if I do that, then I run build. So here it's set because there is no. Here. Oh, dot. I've already done the thing. Oh, and you should be create entity. Okay, there you go. There we go. Okay, then affected by gravity. So let's add you in. Then we're gonna dot build. Then we're going to assert equal entity dot affected by gravity. is true. Now, I probably shouldn't have a property and a function named the same thing. So maybe you should be like set affected by gravity. Okay, so if we do that, you should fail. You do. Then time for us to add this in. Actually, am I doing the same thing? Oh, I am doing location and location. Oh, and it's working just fine. Okay, hold on. Let's just go back and do this the same way we're doing the other ones. So we just have setters like this. So don't do set. We just do that. Affected by gravity. True. Wait, how can you not have errors? This should be erroring out. Oh, it's not erroring out because the function exists. I forgot that. So it's just erroring out only because it's not doing the thing it's supposed to do. So affected by gravity. We're going to set this to be false. No, a Boolean. Then you are set to be false. When we build you, we'll have Dota to attitude. Hello. What are those? Did I just see a test suite? I mean, yes. We have plenty of tests for this going on here. We've been doing a bunch of tests for some of the other ones. Maybe not as many as we should, but I'm getting better at that. All right. So now we already have affected by gravity here. However, this instead of just false, it's now going to be self dot affected by gravity. And self dot affected by gravity. Okay, we're going to do self dot affected by gravity is equal to true now, and return self. Okay, so this should be happy now, but we also need to update our reset. So reset entity here. If we also say affected by gravity, we do that. We should assert equal that basic entity. Are you using the given, when, then format for tests? Nope. I mean, not completely. By gravity, you should now be false again. And so you're going to fail until I update this code for reset. Gravity equals false. All right. What happened here? Okay, so ran some tests. Okay, create entity affected by gravity. Left is true, right is false. So left is true, right is false. What? That's true. How? That, what? You have managed to jam 10 asserts into a single test, so that's good. Of course. Why not? Okay. Why are you saying that this is a false when you're clearly hard-coded true? Okay. Where's my line number? You need to maximize your assert per test metric, obviously. I mean, come on. Okay, I think this is it. 171. It went over. So 17. Oh, it's this one. Ah, okay, it was reset, not this one. So reset, when I built it, reset. Okay, so let's see. You're true, and you should be false. So effective. Okay, so you didn't properly reset here. That's what that's telling me. So reset, stuff that affected by gravity equals false. Reset after build, you should be false. And you're telling me you're true. Oh, wait, because I'm not testing basic entity, I'm testing entity builder. That's it. That's why. All right, so let's run all these tests again. There we go. Now you're happy. I mean, when you write the test right, then it works. If you just, you just have to get good and write the code you want to write the first time. That's what I've learned. That's the lesson. Clearly. All right, so we have affected by gravity. Next up, I'm not sure I totally disagree with the asserts looking at them. But there's a school of thought that says one assert per test. Yeah, I know there's that assert, that school of thought. I feel like it's also testing, like, I'm doing one thing, and so this kind of is one test, but I don't know a better way to do multiple asserts, like to assert the object is like this. Oh, you know what I could do? Because okay, I know what I can do to make that. Oh, let's fix this. I know what I can do. So this is creating this basic entity. I can create that expected entity equals entity, and then we're going to just throw in all these things. So when we're creating a basic entity, we're going to have a vector to new 0, and then I can insert this. Okay, here we go with 0.0 0. Draw system, you're going to be none. Affected by gravity, false. Physics system, you are a none. Collidable, false. State, you are a entity state none. And ID 0. Okay, so given that we now have our expected entity, now entity builder. So I can get rid of all of you. I can now assert equal the basic entity and the expected entity are the same. Now you should yell at me until I have, we need partial equal. So in this entity here, we need to also derive partial equal. But can I? Okay, so our draw system, our physics system, and our entity state don't have that. So for draw system, variable names need improvement. Yeah, I know. Can create a when blah. Yeah, I know. Or like should be able to make it more of a sentence would be good. Okay, so can I add partial equal here? So we need to do the same thing. So for the specific draw system, this can be player draw system. Partial equal. No, it can't do that. It yells at me because it cannot be made into an object. So I can't actually tell it to be able to compare objects to each other. So I have to do them one at a time. Unfortunately. Yeah. Okay. So I can't do that with traits. Which means back to builder here, we have to undo all this. It's really sad. All right, so now what are you yelling at me about? Right, entity, you can't actually do partial equal. There we go. It likely aliases them if they are the same. Yeah. Well, they're not the same, and that's the thing is like I'm creating one, and I'm creating the one that should be like that should be created from that, and then trying to compare two objects to each other. So they're not actually the same object. There are two different objects in memory. But if I want to compare them, say like, hey, like the equivalent of is 55 equal to 55. Partial equal is a trait that's on like primitives, but it's not on something like structs or objects from structs. Once they equal, won't it clone it? No, it can't clone it too because I can't implement clone for that as well. So it can't auto clone. All right, let's go back here. Now I could change these names, make them better. So like CI test. Let's see. If I want to do more BDD, it'd be like should, let's see, entity builder should be able to. Okay, so I could do something like entity builder should create a new entity builder. Yeah, I'm probably not. Although I'm trying to think in more terms of that than like in traditional TDD. But okay, entity builder. So one of the big differences here is I don't have like I'm not doing we don't have nested describes. Can I show you properties of the class? Sure. Here's the properties. Oh, and I have line highlighter activated. So if you want to display any lines, you can do like bang line and then a line number. So like 9, for example. And that will highlight that in case you want to point something out. they're public. No, these are not public. Everything is private by default in Rust. What functions are on this entity builder? So here I have create entity, build, location, size, draw system, reset, and affected by gravity so far. Yeah, so location's a setter, and it's setting internally the location that's going to be used. Where's that used elsewhere in the code? So I'm setting the location internally here, and then when I run build, it grabs the location that was set previously. And so either it's going to use the default location or it's going to use the location set by this. Other classes use location. So the way this is going to work, it's a builder pattern. So other places. So for example, go into my main library. For example, I'm going to use this like this. We're going to have like player. So I'm going to say let real player equals entity builder new. Actually, no, I need to create the entity builder first. And we're going to store that away. And then we're going to say let other player equals entity builder dot create entity dot location and set like 55.0 90.0 or whatever. So then dot like the other things, and then we build it, and then that gives us a player here, and that's going to replace this builder pattern that we previously were using. Yeah, so you're looking at builder getters, but mostly just setters. Yeah. I'm right now I'm looking at here's the entity that I'm building, and so I'm pulling out everything that this is the entity that I'm building, and I'm pulling out everything I need and adding them in here. So I'm gonna undo all of you. Go back to builder. So yeah, we're just sort of slowly building this out. All right. So what was the last thing we did? We just did, I think, affected by gravity. So here's affected gravity in there. Affected by gravity. Okay. So then the next thing is going to be physics system. So physics system is all fun. So we have a CI test. This is going to be create entity builder should create an entity with physics system. So an example of a test would be can build a player with only a physics system. Well, except you can't. Like it has other things, but they have defaults. So this is more of like overriding. So this is testing that function, that setter, that sets the physics system, really. And Ergazia, hello. CLion with Rust plugin or VS Code? I have not used CLion with Rust plugin. Mostly because I've not bought it. and I don't think they have a community version anymore. So I've never tried it. I've heard good things about it. So if you have access to the JetBrain applications or CLion, then I would say like, yeah, go for it. You can use IntelliJ IDEA with the REST plugin. Never tried that. Although I don't like the I don't like. I don't know. I've never liked the JetBrains like editors. I don't know why. Like I like VS Code, the look of it a lot more. Like if I'm gonna switch over to something, I'm gonna try like going more towards like the Vim stuff, which is gonna be a lot. Oh, very very different. Dota, you're a new color now. Yes, hello. What is the minimum things you need to give it in addition to the physics system? So that's what I'm doing. I'm going through all this and setting what like giving ourselves the updates for it. And so that's what I'm building out the tests as I'm building them for each of these. Just the last thing, do you have a course except the official Rust book? I have not created a course. I've like talked about it multiple times on a stream about creating a course for like learning Rust, and then I never actually follow through and like do it. It is something I want to do. The official Rust book is good. Let's see. There's Rust in Action from Manning, which I think is really good also, but I've not read it. I've just listened to a podcast with the author who talked about it. And they said it was like the way they were talking about the way their approach for it is was like super like I really liked it a lot. So I would recommend checking it out. That being said, it is a paid for book, and so I can't like I don't know if I can promise quality of that. Rust in Action. Let me actually just find it. It's a Manning book. Also, if you're planning to buy it, like I have an affiliate account with Manning, so I can generate links and apparently give you a like percentage off, maybe. Okay, Rust Manning. Although it would take me a while to figure out all that, so I probably won't do that right now. I'm too lazy to go find that. All right, Rust in Action Manning. This is the link. It's $40. But you can see it's this is the book that I was thinking about. It's got a lot of interesting things in it. And Tim McNamara is wait, is the PDF free for this? Can you find it like on or source code? Oh, that's the code for it. Well, did Tim McNamara put the source code for this book on GitHub? Like I've seen that in a few different books so far. So if you ever want to like find some of these like Tim McNamara, I believe, streams every once in a while on Twitch. Where's the Twitch? It's not in alphabetical order. Or maybe I was thinking about Steve Klabnik. Okay, I think I was thinking about Steve Klabnik. I don't think this is. I don't think Tim's. This is not Tim McNamara. No. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. I was wrong. But yeah. So this is an excellent book. Supposedly, but I haven't read it. It's on my list of things to read. Besides that, there is a YouTuber, Doug. Let me see if I can find him. Unless any of you can find it first, who's done a lot of lessons. Although they've not been updated recently, so they're a little bit old. Rust, Doug Milford. Doug Milford. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah, he has. He has this. So here's the link to Doug Milford's channel. They haven't been updated in a long time, but for the most part, even though Rust has updated like quite a bit since then, the basic introduction to Rust is probably gonna be good. Does it answer all your questions? What is it? Was I hopefully able to help out with that? All right. What is this? Physics system. So let's create. All right. We're going to create an entity builder. Create a new one of those. Then we want to create the physics system that's going to go in. Well, we're just going to do that all together. So that our entity is equal to the entity builder. Create entity. Then we're going to have a dot physics system. And then here we're going to create our new physics system. So I want to say that we only have one physics system right now. We do, the player physics system. So we're going to use that. Box, new player physics system. Create a default one. Then we're going to build this. All right, so you're going to yell at us until we actually create this. Let's go create that function. And the physics system, which is going to be a box with the Dyn physics system in it. And we're going to return a mutable reference to self. So right now I'll just return self. All right, so then how do we want to test this? We need to make sure the physics system, I mean, essentially all I can really do is test that it's no longer a none for right now, because I can't partial equals these dynamically dispatched things, which kind of sucks. But it's also sad. So let's just do it. We're gonna say cert macro not matches entity dot physics system and none. So you can't be a none anymore. Oh, bang bang bang. All right. So given this, this test should fail now. And it's going to fail because we have a none in there. So we need to fix that. Which is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to say, hey, look, we have this box physics system. Let's go ahead and do self dot physics system equals a sum physics system. So we updated you. And then we return. Okay, so, oh, we also need a physics system set up in here. Gonna be an option box design physics system. I'm going to create a new one. We have to create this with a physics system. None. We update you. And then that also means when we update build, our physics system, instead of none, it's going to be a self.physicsystem.take. Let's see. Can't even do matches, entity, sum. Let's see. We could try it, but I don't think it's going to work because of partial equal problem. Here, if I do this, physics system is going to be a sum, player physics system default. Oh, but then you're a box. So box new. Like that. Let's see. Expected tuple struct or tuple variant. Found. Let's see. Oh, you meant literally put an underscore there. Oh, yeah. I hadn't thought about trying a just like don't care about it. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. That does work. Oh, great. Great suggestion. All right, so now if you run. Yeah, you passed. Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Then, okay, so reset is next. We want to, after we set a dot physics system, box new, player physics system, get the default. We want to now assert that we're back to none again. So assert there were matches, entity builder dot physics system is a none. And so you should fail. Oh, you don't fail. You know why it doesn't fail? Because of this take. So the way that take works is it says, hey, if you have a value inside of the option, remove it, like take ownership of it out, the take, and then replace that with a none. So it's now just a none in there, and we're good to go. Also, assert entity physics system that is sum would be, oh, is sum. Oh, ooh. I like that. Okay, so hold on. So instead of this matches like that, that's going to be a, let's see, this is going to be entity dot physics system dot is sum. There we go. I like that. So that means then here match it. Okay, so you can be a entity builder dot physics system dot is none. There we go. And then all these tests should still run. Perfect. Thank you so much. That those are really nice to have. All right, next up, collidable. All right, so CI test. Entity builder should create entity should create collidable entity. All right, so let mute entity builder equals entity builder. All right. Once we have entity builder, I want to just create a basic one that's collidable. So, entity equals entity builder. So create entity dot collidable. Build. So you're upset because collidable doesn't exist. Let's go fix that. Okay, you're happy again. Then we're going to assert. So this can be just an assert entity dot collidable is true. Yeah. Okay, perfect. If I run this test, you should fail because you're false. So that means up here we need a collidable. Maybe a Boolean. Okay, so collidable, you're going to be self.collidable. And we're going to set you to be self.collidable equals true. And then return self. And then this should now pass again. Next up is the reset. So in here, we're going to set collidable. Well, once we do that, then we should be able to. This probably will be easier to read as an assert equal. So the entity builder dot collidable should now be false again, like that. And this should fail because we haven't implemented that. All right, then all of you should pass. All right, what's next? State. What is the state that we're setting this house up as? So this is the entity state. We should be able to set it to be any of these things, and that should work. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. So CI test the builder should create entity with state. Okay, so create entity, and then we're gonna have a dot state, and we're gonna pass in a new state of whatever it's going to be. So that's gonna be the entity state. Let's set this to be falling. You're in a falling state. Now we need to actually go create that method. And so we know what to set you up. So I'll probably not do a real test-driven development by actually like just making it pass right here. You're supposed to run it and like then have it pass, but I'm feeling lazy. So we're gonna do self dot state is equal to state, and then return self. Now that's gonna fail because we don't have a state on here. So let's add that in. So you're gonna be an entity state. By default, we have an entity state. Lazy Sunday. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Entity state none. For build, our state is going to be self.state. This one can do clone and copy, so that's fine for us. State we do that. We're also going to update our reset. Do a dot state. Entity state. Let's make it standing. And we want to assert equal matches. It's not assert equal. This should be assert matches entity builder dot state is entity state none. And then down here, we give you a state of falling. We build you. And then we're going to assert okay, so that your state should be entity state falling. And entity builder is meant to create multiple entities? Yes, it's going to be used over and over again. All right, so no errors. Everything should pass. Oh, it doesn't. What did I do wrong? Let's see. So we panicked after. Oh, reset panicked. What happened here? Panicked at OK assertion failed. Matches any builder.state. That looks weird. So that was at reset. Line 201. Right here. Okay, so assert matches entity builder.state, entity state none. Did I properly reset you back? I probably forgot to. I did. That's what happened. All right, so then back to run all these tests. There you go. Now they all pass. And then we've already tested the ID. So the ID part is working. So we now have a builder set up for us. So we can come in and start replacing where we're using this elsewhere. C-Films, hello. You're doing great. Well, that's great to hear. Happy Sunday. I'm doing good too. It's a good Sunday so far. I had a 4-day weekend. It's going to be a shorter next week, a little bit lighter too. It's going to be great. So, things are going good. All right. So, let me player. Player new. Okay. The way I want to replace this now, and then we're going to add the player in to the world. So let's do this here. I'm going to say let player equals, this is gonna be our entity builder. New. Yeah, big problem here. We need to create the builder first. The way that this is working is that the builder wraps around and is going to be able to update those IDs for us, so we don't have to remember them anywhere else. Okay, so that's going to be, we're going to want to store the entity builder here in game state. So entity builder is going to be an entity builder. So that's just up here. I'm not sure exactly where we need to create that. Let's do this here first. So that entity builder is equal to, and you need to be immutable. Entity builder. Create a new one here. And then we're going to say, okay, let our player equals an entity builder. Okay, so create the entity. And then like what does a player have? Well, so our location. So we're going to set our location. We can see that we have it in our config. So config.player start X. Player start Y. We have width. So size. So size. Okay, so we have that in our config too. Config.player width. Player height. Draw system. The draw system is gonna be a box new. Player draw system like that. How is the project going? I think it's going pretty well. Oh, we're creating a entity builder that wraps around the creation of an ID, so that every single entity can have its ID. That way, when it moves throughout the grids and when we're doing updates to them, we could go find the entity by the ID and then return that. Okay, so we have a draw system affected by gravity. So players are affected by gravity. So affected by gravity. Physics system, we need that. So physics system, box new. There, physics system, default. Are players collidable? Yes. So I should be able to do collidable on here. Although I think right now I'm sort of having like the player collides with everything else, and not everything else collides with the player. We'll probably have to change that later, but right now we'll just say that your state is. We don't have an initial state, do we? We're letting that be default. So that's really all we have here. Okay, so then we build you. And then we take their player and we stuff them into the world. Then here we want to store the entity builder away. Aren't those system options that you take out of the builder right now? Yes, I do take them out of the builder, but then every time we run build, it auto resets the builder, so back to what it previously was. So it should be fine. So that way, the next time I create it, it can be like whatever the draw system or physics system needs to be. So if I do that and I don't have anything else in here, let's see if we still have a player in the game. And we do. Okay, so here's a player. We're not drawing the platforms right now for reasons. But there's our player. He's now standing on a platform. Okay, so I want to now have all the platforms be created that way. So now, where are those created for us? Also, you can go away. Here's our level. So we're creating a level here. And that's creating like this this entity. And oh, it's entity data too. Oh, so that's interesting. Oh, right. Okay, so we're creating a level based upon this. We're creating a new world, and now here we have this add level. We pass in the level, and so if we go and find add level here, this is where, okay, select levels to push. So that's fine. Oh, build. I think that's where it happens. So in build, we have load level and load level. We clone the current level that we're on, and then we tell it to reset the grid to basically be the size of the current level. Then we also this level entity datas, iterate, and then okay, for each, then here's we like if we're in the platform type, we want to start creating these entities based on this. So we want to create a platform now. So that means when we load level, we need that entity. We need the entity builder here. So here we need the entity builder. It's a mutable reference to an entity builder. And so essentially like pass this in to load level. Once we have this, it should be pretty simple for us to do exactly the same thing that we're doing here. So we're not going to do this. Instead, we're going to say let platform equals entity builder. So dot create entity. We're going to set have be collidable. We're going to have a location be this entity data.x, data.y, and then set size. That's entity data.width. Height. And that should be enough, and then we build you. And that gives us the exact same platform here, which then we stuff into the world. Arctic Space Fox, it was raiding with a party of 3. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Awesome to have you here. I don't know if you're still stuck in all the advertisements, but oh, hello. How's your stream, Arctic Space Fox? What are we working on today? It's a raid, which means it's time for us to play the Get the Streamer game. I'm gonna go ahead and run this. It was painful. Next.js authentication. You know, I've not used Next.js, so I'm curious about that. But that, I mean, authentication always is painful. Jeff Ronas, hello. All right, so we're gonna play the Get the Streamer game. You can play by doing hash fire, hash sword, hash snake, and so on in chat here. You joined just in time for the game? Of course, yes, welcome. And I have this many lives. I'm gonna try to avoid you all. While also like checking chat to see how you all are doing. Can I? Oh, what? No. I like how I complain about my own game. Like I set up all these collision boxes. It's my own fault. Oh, I got the heart. Thank you. Oh, and I lost it immediately. It's nice and chaotic. Oh, what? Clearly, I'm the best at this game. Although that might be because I'm the only one who's playing it as a player. Cat Peasant, hello. I also see your name on here. Just hide in the corner. Maybe nobody will get me. Oh, except okay. Now you're not gonna just remove that entire strategy. Thank you so much. What? Oh, I thought I could get away from it. Oh, can I make it with 1 life? No. Oh, I couldn't. I couldn't only because I never implemented like shorter jumps. Jeff Ronas with 51 points brings you to 132. Oh yeah. It's a fun game. I like to do this whenever we have the raids. I think it is a lot of fun. All right, so now we've done that, and also that game we built live on stream, which is like another fun reason to have here. Okay, and those points they're persistent. So next time you come and play, it will be you'll have all the points that you'll like continuously to grow in that. I don't think we're ever gonna run out of like numbers for that too. Like I have an insane, like I'm using the maximum size number that I can when storing those points. All right, what were we doing? We just refactored our entity. I guess we didn't refactor entity, but we created an entity builder that allows us to build entities really easily, and it's going to give all of our entities IDs. And that way, when things move around in the world, we have a grid-based system for spatial partitioning, and we're going to be able to, hey, you moved? Are you still in the same cell? If you are, good. We're just going to leave you alone. If you're not, grab that entity by its ID out of the grid and then reinsert it. That's really what we want to do here. Okay, so we have we're now loading up. Okay, so this is using new entity builder. That's fine. We do have 2 errors. So let's go find out what these are. Oh, right. Our errors are the fact that we're now requiring this entity builder to be passed in, and we're not doing that. Let's actually do it. So in build, we need to pass in an entity builder. So we need to take in an entity builder when we build. So entity builder. Then you're happy there. Now here, when you build, we need to pass in this entity builder. Now we're creating it down here. So that's obviously a problem. Go ahead and put this up here. I'm going to pass in the entity builder. Now I want immutable reference. So we'll just grab you. Do that. Okay, so no more errors. Everything should still be working. And there we go. Our level is invisible right now for reasons, but our platforms are still technically there because I'm if the entities are in the world, I'm able to land on them. Now, we need the ability to determine where in the like what cell the player is in. And if I want some way to like prove that I'm in that cell, how would I do that? So if I go to the grid, I kind of want to like print out whenever the player changes its cells, or like whenever any entity really changes its location. Now, right now, the player is the only moving entity that we have. But eventually we're going to have enemies. We might have just other little things that like move around. Especially for collision detection, that's going to be really important. They're in the correct cell. Otherwise, we're not going to collide with them. So let's... How do I want to do this? I guess let's just start like thinking about how we're going to do it for real, and we don't have to worry about printing it out. We'll print it out in that function that we created. So our player is moving. Am I a game dev at work? No, I am not. Game dev is like new to me, like relatively new to me. I've not done any like real games, and this is like the most complex game type thing that I've made so far. I do find it a lot of fun for like learning. Can you use Rust at work? No, not really. I've joked about it with my manager and some of my coworkers. And while like my manager is like, yeah, Rust, I've always wanted to learn Rust, and my the senior developer that I have on my team was like, oh yeah, Rust would be great. I would love to learn Rust. But I also have a junior developer on my team that I need to be able to like code on all of this stuff too, and I would be really concerned about having to teach them all Rust. And like, what am I not gonna be like? What is the what is it called? It's the cost, the economics of cost. Basically, what is the cost of switching to Rust? It would be now having to train them all, and now what am I not gonna do for the team when we're doing that? Basically, a lot of stuff, and we just don't have the time right now to get into that. Teach us Rust. That's enough. Well, that I'm sort of like doing that. I'm hoping that like by me doing this, like I'm learning more and more advanced Rust as I go through and like stretch myself this way. I'm hoping that helps all of you too. I'm hoping that's a fun way to learn Rust as well, and maybe inspire you all to like get into game dev, because I think that game dev, specifically doing game dev not in trying to sell games, but in trying to improve our skills, is a really fun way to practice. Okay, so let's go into the world. Here's our update. So each of our entities are updating here. When the entity updates, it potentially moves. It potentially does a location update. So after this, we need to check if the entity needs to be moved in the grid. Here's the problem. The world shouldn't really be aware of what cell the entity is in. It's just blindly looping through all of the... Well, it's just saying like, hey, grid, give me all the entities and then let me update them. So really we need to tell the grid. So tell the grid that an entity has been updated and might need to change cells. Watching other people succeeding is cool. Oh yeah, that's actually a lot of fun. It's like watching Hero's Journey for like, you know, in real time. Okay, we need to tell the grid that entity has been updated and might need to change cells. So, and this is where if we have a mutable reference to each entity here. We're talking about the benefit cost ratio. I think so. That there's an economist that I know who has a much better word for it though. It's not exactly benefit cost. It's that there's some official term for it, which like is basically when you choose to do something. Like I'm choosing to stream this myself, like programming with this. What am I not doing that I could be? I have chosen to do one over the other. And there's an economic term for that choice. And like measuring the cost. And like I know benefit cost is like one of the methods to measure that, but I think there's something that even overlaps all of that. I don't know. I clearly economics is not my strong point. but it is something I try to think about a lot ever since he introduced that idea to me. Is like, oh, think about what you're not doing, because that actually could have a higher cost than what you are doing. And I thought that's really like that's a really good thing to keep in mind, is because sometimes like, oh, I'm doing lots of work. And it's like, well, yeah, but what are the work that you're not doing? Like, is that more important? Should I have gotten that done anyways? Are you cloning all entities every frame? No, I am not. So this is actually getting let's see. Um let's see, how am I doing this? Or hold on. Update. Am I getting all the entities? How did that open up? Oh, because it's the collidables. I need to query and get all by their location to the camera. So that's also really important. So I am apparently doing that. However, it's a light clone because I'm implementing clone manually for entities, and so I'm not like taking everything off of it. So it what I really want to do, for update for collidable entities, I need to get all the entities. Yeah, okay. This only works right now because I have so few platforms. Once I have a lot more, this is going to cause problems. So I need to, for the player, just clone and get all of the entities around the player. That's what this is. So we don't even want this. This needs to be in this loop. This is gonna suck. So I'm not exactly sure how I basically need to get collidable entities near the entity. I'm cloning. I remember why I cloned it. I cloned it because I was having trouble with the borrow checker. Whereas like, hey, I'm updating an entity, I might get I can't get immutable and mutable. Well, hello. Hello, Zilby. Are you here to pair program? Apparently, yes. But I mean, interesting choice. And we can turn on cat cam now. This is, so if you're new here, this is Zilby. Zilby is our stream cat. He's been actually, we rescued him 4 months ago now or so. And he's been hanging out with us ever since. He likes to, every once in a while he comes down. No. Hangs out with us on stream. Has a lot of fun. For each can have problems with borrow checker over 4 in. Yeah. Kitty cat went down, but I can fix that with the camera by just moving the camera down where the kitty cat is. I have a box down there so he can hang out inside the box. Okay. All right. Yeah, I might need to not do a for each here. And just do like the manual ones. That way it could be easier with the borrow checker. But okay, so we have problems with collidable entries near the entity, and then that's where I clone this. Okay. And I don't want to clone the entire grid. I mean, I could. That'd be pretty intense, though. But all right. So what we're really working on right now, and then this is gonna have to be need to update this. So this is only check the collidable entities for right now it's going to be just near the player, because I'm going to have them, they can't collide with themselves, they can only collide with the player, so that might make it a lot easier. So only check the collidable entries near the player each update tick. So that'll be easier. Okay, so we need to now tell the grid the entity has been updated and might need to change cells. So given that we run this update, I'm wondering, we could have update return something based upon whether or not the location changed for that entity. So I could do something like let did location change equals this. In entity update, which is okay, so update all right, so for documentation for this one is update the entity and return true if the location of the entity changed. So you're going to return a Boolean. But all that really means, well, we can actually test this ourselves, can't we? I could either have the physics system return the same Boolean, or I could easily clone our location, and that won't be too much data. And then we can compare them with each other, and if they're different, then return true. So if we say like let original location equals self dot location, that'll copy it by default. And then down here at the end, we're going to return the result of original location is now equal to self dot location. All right, so back to odd world. What are you upset about? Expected semicolon. Yeah, that would be good. Oh, did Zilby leave while I wasn't looking? I don't see him. He disappeared. Okay, so did the location change? So if the location changed, Here's where. Okay, now we need to tell the grid that an entity has changed, and then we can pass it the entity. But we may or may not run into borrow checker problems. We're gonna have to find out. That's gonna be interesting. What programming languages do I do mostly for work? Let's see. We have some Lambda functions, so we're doing Node.js with JavaScript. We've inherited a project started by a consultancy that our company hired. So our company has had a consultancy build two applications, which my team has inherited and is like adding features / maintaining. One is a Vue.js application, no backend. I guess like the backend would be DynamoDB. It's all like AWS stuff. And so that's JavaScript and TypeScript. And a bunch of Lambda, like 12 Lambda functions associated with that one. And then our other application is a PHP and Laravel with a Vue front end. And we try not to add features to that one. We're trying to sunset that and then replace it all with just like Vue.js and AWS as the backend, essentially. Make that a lot nicer. How does it work to make a program be able to use the GPU for power instead of just the CPU? I want to know whenever you open a terminal program or something, it just uses the CPU. What if you want to use the GPU? Okay, so there are, I guess we could think of a graphics card is similar, like has a CPU on it. But the CPU on a graphics card, hence the GPU, is very specifically towards like vector math, like very certain types of math operations. Whereas the CPU is more generalized and can do all sorts of different operations. I'm not sure you would want like a terminal program to use the GPU because the amount of coding for that would be pretty crazy. But there's a reason why like cryptocurrencies use GPUs a lot, is because that kind of math for like cryptography, just basically lots of math or machine learning, they use GPU stuff. And so you can use like CUDA, you can use some other interfaces, and that's my knowledge sort of like drops away at this point in time because I've never actually done it, to write code that runs on the GPU. But you tell the operating system to compile it using the GPU, and then you get your program that way. That's my understanding of it. I've never done it. I write programs like this, and then GGEZ is running the stuff on the GPU behind the scenes for me. But all of my stuff on the GPU is just the graphic stuff. I'm not like all these update things. These are CPU bound. Does that answer your question, Borfastad? Sounds like not that many companies use Rust yet. It's growing, but like smaller companies, especially like startups, I don't think that they're, for the most part, they're not really touching Rust. I think it's like the bigger companies, like Amazon has been hiring lots of Rust developers, Microsoft, Facebook, Google, all the big companies are like using Rust. Maybe not like a huge amount of Rust, but I think it'll take like in 10 years, we're probably going to start seeing Rust a lot more places. My timing is probably way off. Like any prediction is not to be trusted. You like PHP ski foams? I've grown to like modern PHP, and I think I have to put that in there because like old PHP, terrible. Never use it. Modern PHP has been just stealing from every other language and throwing it in there, and it's like, oh well, actually do all these things now. Cool. Okay. Oh yeah, compute shaders. Like shaders run on GPU too. Term program was just an example of an executable that uses the CPU, not something I'd like to use the GPU. Oh yeah. Okay, never mind. I thought you meant you like wanted everything to run the GPU, which would be a crazy interesting project, but also like crazy. C-Films, you're currently working with HTML, PHP, SQL, JSON, JavaScript, and relational databases. Nice. Well, I figure if you're using SQL, then yeah, you're going to be using a relational database. So I mean, that's a cool stack. It's a pretty standard web stack too. You suppose it's a new area, so I guess it gives you some new things to Google about. Yeah, I mean, that's also very true too. If you have more questions or whatever, feel free to ask. Cypher, I think Alacrity is a GPU accelerated terminal written in Rust. Really? I did not know that. I mean, I knew about Alacrity, but I didn't know that it was GPU accelerated. It seems counterintuitive, but it's actually really great if you're doing a lot of work in the terminal, parsing huge logs and stuff like that in terminal. It can crawl if it is CPU bound. Yeah, I've run into that before, especially when I get like a dump of our multiple gigabyte database and I have to run a sed on it to like sanitize some of the data before I like send it off to wherever I want, like whoever I'm sending it to for like reviewing. You're trying to get clickable text that switches a table. Is that in the website or? Because that shouldn't be too bad. You don't think you can really do general purpose programming on GPU since GPU can't do if conditions easily. And I think that's the key is like a lot of GPU stuff, it's like generic stuff. Easy is, that being said, like I remember working with some physicists in the past. I wasn't a programmer at that point in time. I was just a sysadmin. And they were getting, we were installing CUDA drivers for them. And that was back when the NVIDIA Tesla was the big thing. A graphics card that you install into a system that had no graphics capabilities. All it was a standalone GPU for compiling purposes. And they were doing full programs, like the entire program on the GPU. That being said, they were also doing virtual wind tunnel simulations. So a lot of math, a lot of vector math for that. So perfect for the GPU, but all the stuff around that probably was a pain to deal with. And those CUDA drivers that they were getting were not cheap. They were not using the like GCUDA or anything like any GNU stuff. They were using paid for products. Okay. How do you? Okay, so how are we going to tell that we need to change this out? So we need to go into the grid. We need to have a method here, and so we can probably have a test for this, and it might help us like actually think about how this is going to work. So we're going to test. So grid should. There's a couple things that are going to happen. Well, I guess like for the main function here is the grid test should move entity from one cell to the next. I don't know, probably not the best name, but so we know we need to create a grid. Oh no, Zilby, what did you do to my keyboard? I'm pressing tab and it's taking my cursor up here. I know you opened up the... Oh, I don't know what it is. I remember he did this once before and I found it. And then I was like, oh, that won't happen ever again. Like, what's the chance that he'll like hit on the exact right keys just to do that again? It's like, well, apparently pretty high. Let's see. So that's the sidebar. Oh, maybe I can search for a sidebar in here. I know there's some way where you hit tab, it will. Bottom right corner, tab moves focus. Ooh. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. So I don't know what. Let's see. Tab moves focus. Control M. So when he moved across, he must have had like a foot on control and a foot on M. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Okay, so we're gonna do let grid equals grid new. We're gonna let's create this by a 10 by 10 world. With 1.0, 1.0. Okay, so our cell sizes are 1. And we have 10. So that's what? 10 by 10, that's 100. So we have 100 cells. Wait, can I do this? 5? If I have 5, then I have 2 cells. Actually, 4 cells, right? I have cell, 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 cell. So we have that. Then I want to create an entity and put it into this grid. So let's just create like a player. Oh, we need the entity builder. Okay, then I want to create our player. Okay, so our entity builder, create entity, and let's give it a location. So I have a whiteboard set up down here, so we're gonna use everybody's favorite application. What? Okay, fine. Maybe not full screen it. All right. So what are we gonna do here? If I want to create a grid like this. We have something like this. We have a bunch of cells. So actually, you know what? Let's actually make this. So we have a 10 by 10 with 5 each. So our entire world is 10 by 10 with 5 each. That should give us something like this. So you're going to be 0.0 by 0.0. And that goes all the way up until this one's going to be 5.0. The y is still 0. So we're going to be 5.0, 0.0. Then you are 0.0, 5.0. And you're 5.0, 5.0. So then that's like the beginning of these top left points all the way for each of these 4. And then anything inside of here is going to be like they're contained within their space. So if I want to create a circle of, let's do this green. If we want to create an entity there, and then the test is going to be sure, lightning works. the entity is moving down here. That's what we want to test. What does the create entity method do? So create entity is our builder. So it basically is it's a different struct. I run it and it generates a an entity for us. So we're gonna do build on this, and it's gonna give us an entity. So this starts actually, it creates a base, like it starts creating the entity for us, and then we can set up all these defaults on it, like update the defaults, and then build. So if I want you, let's say we put you like here somewhere. So if we're now at 4, so let's do I can be like 3.0, and that's still going to be on this side here, but then we want to be below the, so we can have 4.0 here, and then we build. So we're solidly in here. Let's do another one. You're going to be 3.0 and 4.0. And then down here, we're going to say you're 3.0 and 6.0. So you've moved down just solidly in here. Hey Dota, you just got back. Did you just really change the test? I'm in a different struct now, or I'm in a different file. So everything is different. Still working on the same problem, but or the same problem, but now like we've gotten further. Okay, so you should move from one cell to the next. Yeah, this one definitely looks a lot more TDist. Yeah. Okay, so we've created our entity. We want to insert the player into this this grid. So we're gonna say grid dot insert the player. Okay. Now, we know that the player has a ID of 0, but I can, like, for documentation aspects, we can assert that, so it becomes very obvious. So the player.id should be 0. And you should work so far. Oh, index out of bounds. Index out of bounds. Okay, what happened? The length is 2, but the index is 2. My math for this might be wrong. Cell width and cell height. I mean, that should be 2 of them. What happens to this? This is line 44 of grid. Insert. Okay. So we're trying to figure out what index this is going into. We're using our entity location .y. So we can do this math here. So our entity location .y, that was 4, I believe. So 4 divided by the height of the entire world, which was 10, is 0.4. That should be 0. Okay. And then that's, I think, 3 divided by 10, and you're also 3. Okay, so that you're 0, 0. when I do usize, it should this should auto pull it down. It should auto what is it called? When it goes to the nearest one. My brain. My words, man, my math words. Round it. It should round it. Okay, so if it's some cell. Okay, so we have the cell, the index. We insert the entity into the cell. If, however, there is nothing in the cell, it creates a new cell and then inserts into it, and then inserts that cell into here. Okay. So that didn't work. Now let's go back to the next one. Is going to be it's a 6 divided by 10, and that's 0.6. Okay, so that's length is 2, but the index is 2. Where am I trying? Okay, so grid ass line 44. I don't know which of these is wrong. Let's put a debug in here. We'll throw the entity, entity and self. And that's it. We're just running this one test, so we should be fine. Grid cannot be formatted. Let's fix that. For grid, we're going to derive debug. We also need to make sure, okay, so entity, I need to reference these. Borrowed, okay, fine. Borrow you also. Okay, so here we are. Here's our entity. We see that it's 3 and 4 is our location. And we see our width and height is 2. And we got that from this. And our cell width and cell height is that. Okay. Oh, I think that could be our... I wonder if that's our problem. Our math is wrong here. So in determining where we're going, grid plus cells are basically 3 nested vectors. Yeah, essentially. Right now, yeah. I haven't created like a the next step up for the grid would be a, what is it called? A different data structure. Well, I suppose I could also use a hash map and just use coordinates, and that would just be a hash map and vectors. That actually might work out too. That might be easier. Although, would it be easier when I query? I'm not sure. Lots of things we can improve on it. I need the entire width of the world. And I think what the problem here is I have my cell width and cell height. And then my width and height here is actually just the number of cells that we have. Not the... it's the number of cells. Not the positions of the cells. So if we come back to our calculator... I think that's a problem. So we have like 3 and we divide by 2. That's 1.5. So that should go into position 1. which is incorrect. We wanted to go into position 0. So our insert here. So first of all, that means our test for inserting is incorrect. Insert entity. So I have 100 by 100. Okay, so I insert the entity. And you're checking to see if it's in a first location. And then I do another entity that's at 15. And trying to ensure that it's in the correct location. I don't know if I'm doing this right. All right, let's do this. Let's rebuild this just a little bit. So that okay, so I want entity equals so we're going to create an entity and we're just going to build it. So we have the default, everything. We insert that entity, and then we're going to assert that we are going to assert that grid.cells. I don't think we need to assert that it's not none. We need to grab into it. So that's here. If let some cell equals, say grab the cell out of this first one. We're going to get all the entities. Oh, get all the entities and get the first one of all of them. We've only entered one, so that should be it. And then just to verify that it's really what we want it to be, we're just testing its location to be that. Okay, that's fine. But for this second test here, it's like insert the entity into like a different location. We create a new entity. So this could be like let entity 2 equals entity builder. Create entity with a location of. So if we're in 100 by 100. I don't want to lose this. If we're at 100 by 100, can I not create a new one? Like a new window? What? Okay, oh, well, I just lost it. Cool. So if we have 100 by 100 with 10 up and down, so like 10 across from this, then every 10 it moves to the next one. So if I do something like, okay, so that location, if we do something like this 15 by 15, that should mean we're in So if this is anything from like 0 to 1, 0 to 10, 10 to 20, so it'd be here and then the exact same thing. So we're looking at, here's our target. But clearly, like, okay. Did I do... I feel like my math is way wrong then. Where's my calculator? Did I close my calculator? So if I have like 15 position divided by 100 is 0.15. Oh, so I do want... Wait, does that make sense? So every 10 pixels, it should move... Okay, am I doing the wrong... Should I be doing 100 divided by 15? No. That's also incorrect. So if I have like 10, if we have 100 by 100, this is 100 by 100 grid. That means this is 0, 0, 0. And then this one is starting with 10.0, 0.0. Because I have 10 of these. Okay, it's that we're going to have 10 of those all the way across. And the exact same thing happens downwards. So I need to divide it by the number of cells. So that would be 15 divided by 10. Gives me 1.5. I then floor that to be 1. That gives me the 1 here. So down here, does this break down in really small worlds then? Is that my problem? If I have position 3 in a world width of 10, so 3 divided by 2, oh, would it be 2 divided by 3? Because like whatever's the larger number. Hold on. Like obviously 3 divided by 2 is wrong, but 2 divided by 3, no, that's like unless I floored it up, rounded it up. Hey Zilby, are you gonna help me with math? Maybe. Oh, purrs. The purrs. Isn't the problem that the cell is not created yet and the indexing panics? Don't chew the wire. Not good for you. Not a good habit. Oh, so if you can't chew the wire, you're going to chew me? Don't do that either. It's not a good habit either. I know what you can chew. I have a little bit of cardboard toy. Oh no, you hooked. There you go. I'm gonna turn on the cat cam for this. Isn't the problem that the cell is not created yet and the indexing panics? Could that be? Maybe we can find out. I don't know how to point the camera at Zilby when he's there. It's an awkward position. Nope. Towel time. What's up view of Zilby's feet? Here, do you want to go? All right, so let's double check this. I think this code is actually fine. I didn't have to update any of this. It's my math with smaller numbers, I think is more of a problem. So if you come into here, insert. So the grid should already be created at this point in time. And we saw that because when I do this debug, we see the grid. So the grid exists. Man, I need like a bot that can follow Zilby around with the camera. That'd be fun. We see that the grid exists. I should be divided by cell width. Okay. I think what I need to do here is divide by whatever is the largest cell width first. So we have a bug where we're doing this, but that's incorrect. So basically we need to say if entity dot location. Let's actually extract the y and x out first. That'll be a little bit easier. So that x equals entity dot location dot y as a usize. Location x y as a size. Okay, so now I have this. We can now do some if statement fun. So if x, so we're doing y first. So if y is, so we have to do the smallest one first. Well, one of them is a usize and one of them is a float. So I have to convert one when we do the math. Anyways. Oh, that is interesting. I haven't thought about that. Playground. Man, it's been a while since we've looked at this. Okay, so I want to let's just do a debug. I want to debug. Is there a way to make this dark mode? I don't think there is. Theme. Clouds didn't do anything. Oh, chaos. There we go. Let's just do chaos. So with cell height are floats. Let's see. So width and height are floats, but the width and height, the number of cells, are usizes. And wait a second, what am I need to divide by? I'm dividing by the number of cells, right? I'm not dividing by the actual width of the cells. The count of the cells, I think. You need to divide by cell size. Okay, so let's say if I have position 15 out of 100, so there's 100 cells to the wide. If I do 15 divided by 10, that gives me 1 point negative. Wait, what? What? No. 15 divided by 10 gives me 1.5. Okay. So that floors to 1. All right. And if I do position like 95 divided by 10, 9.5. Okay. So I think you're right. So then, hold on. If we go back to this again, if we do position 3 divided by 5, 0.6. And if we do position 6 divided by 5, there you go. Okay, yeah. So my math was horrendously wrong, and yet it worked just because the choices that I made, life choices that I made here, not the best. Okay, so then you can be. Okay, so hold on. We don't need to do this again. So index y is going to be our y, so entity.location.y divided by self.cell height, and then take this entire thing as a u size. Then we want to do this exact same thing for the x. It's going to be x, and you're going to be cell width. Okay. Does that make this test work? Yes, it does. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. That was math a long time ago that was wrong. As you can tell, math is not my strong point. But thank you so much for Lindsay for helping that. Okay, so we've inserted the player, and the player should now be in the correct cell. Then I need to move the player. Now I've lost the player, so there is that. Like I need to get the player out. Well, and I think I can do that, right? Because we have a method for get all entities mute. Oh, there's only one entity in here, so that's gonna be easy. So let's just do entities equals grid dot get all entities mute. I want to just take the first entity in here. There should only be one. So entities position 0 dot location dot y, and I want to just set this to be, so if we're at 4 and we're at cell height 5, we want to be at 6.0. And now I need to tell the grid we updated, like this entity got updated. So let's extract this one out. So let's say like the player, for example. I'm gonna shadow it. Entities, position 0. Gives you this, and then we can say player. So we update the player's location, and now we need to say grid dot move entity and the player. Now, all right, so move entity doesn't exist. Let's go ahead and create that. We know we're going to take a mutable reference to self, and also we're going to take an entity, which is a mutable reference to an entity. Now, this is potentially where we're going to run into borrow checker problems. Yeah, okay, so cannot move out of this index. But if I create a light clone of this player, so we update our player here. So if I do this is a mutable reference to it. Because like the move occurs because type has mutable entity, which does not implement the copy trait. Actually, you're okay with this so far. I forgot, like, I had to mute the vector so I can get the mute entity out of that. So that's fun. Can I do this now? No, okay. So I need to borrow the vector to get it out. So mute that. Then, okay, grid, cannot guard. So cannot borrow grid as mutable more than once at a time. And that's because I have the player from the grid from here. So that's fun. Now, if I clone the player, you're still upset, so that's not the problem. So first, 185, 189. So we get all entities mute, and then 189, we use it here. Mutable grid. Can I just do that here? I don't want to take ownership of the grid. Seems like a terrible idea. So if I do that, they don't need you. I do still? Okay. And you're still the problem. Okay, so that's... No quick fixes. Let's see if like the real error messages will help out at all. Wait, what? You built? Let's run all the tests. There we go. Okay, now we get their problem. 189. Okay, so... Oh, it's the player. Is the player or the grid? Okay, so grid is first mutable borrow occurs here. So we're borrowing the grid to get the list of entities. And then the first borrow later used here. Okay, so the second mutable borrow occurs here. So we're saying, hey, grid. Now, can I do something like that? No. That won't. Yeah, that won't. Like, I can't do anything out of that. Now, if I... Let's go up here and remove you. Okay, so now you're happy. So it's because I'm handing it the player that is borrowed from itself. That's a problem. So if I clone the player and I hand in this cloned player, you're just going to yell at me saying, hey, you're not expecting that. So if I just say a entity, and to remind ourselves, this is a cloned entity. And that's going to be a full owned entity. So you're not upset yet. Now, a cloned entity doesn't come with all the baggage. It's pretty lightweight. So what do we expect to have happened here? We move the entity and we expect there to be a none in that top left cell. So we can assert that grid dot cells 0 0 dot is none. So that should be true. And then the cell down below it. So it should be asserts that cells position. So 0. Actually, it's y first. So it's y is, and then x. And then the first of then dot how do I grab that out? It's then get all. Oh, because that's an option. I need to then dot unwrap dot get all, then position 0. Oh god, that's terrible. I hate this. That should be our player. So then dot location dot y. That should be a 6.0. That will tell us that it's moved down. I don't want to move you out. Oh, partial equal float. Center compare partial equal. Actually, you know what I can do? So hold on. Location. It should be a vector 2. With that 3.0, 6.0. That's what you should be. Can't compare in algebra. Oh, fine. Even though you really should be. And algebra vector 2. I know, but it's the only system in here that gives me the vector math by default, so I don't have to implement that myself. Without having to just pull in one of the other vector libraries. Okay, so we're not pulling in any other vector by accident. This location is a vector 2, F32. And yeah, that's the same one. Oh, that's because, okay, hold on. If I okay, so still cannot move out of this, which does not implement the copy trait. So I need to do this out here, I think. So if I want to get all entities. That's going to be you. So it gives me a vector of all these entities, and then I want to say entities position 0. Cannot move out of view. I don't want to do a move. Oh, because it's the unwrap. Yeah. It's the unwrap is taking ownership. I don't want to. Kind of like, is there a way to? Oh, I could just do an if let. That might be easier. Or as ref. Oh, here it is. Converts from option to option. So as ref. Unwrap. Get all. How about you? There we go. There we go. As ref. Okay, so as ref, and then we unwrap it. Then we get all. Then I do this assert. I have 5 errors. I have 5 errors because oh, thank you so much. I love Rust Analyzer, except when that happens. So if you didn't catch that, Rust Analyzer is yelling at me, telling me that I have 5 errors inside of an algebra library. It's different libraries at different times. It's just annoying when that happens. But okay, so I should be able to run this, and we should get a failure because it doesn't actually move them. I know it's a big sort of like what? Wow. Okay. We should move that. Okay, so assertion failed. Grid cells is none. So line 192. So we can see that it's not is none. It's an is some. There's still something in there. That's our problem. So we need to go up and now have move entity do its thing. So move entity. Now we have this entity. We need to figure out where it was before and where it is now. Well, where it was before. That's potentially a problem. If things are like teleporting around and they're jumping, I don't know what its previous location was. So to move an entity, I have to have its current location, its previous location, and its ID. Those are 3 things that I need. Okay. I can also just loop through everything in the grid and check to see if it should be moved. And then if I do, move it. I guess I was trying to be a little bit clever. Maybe cleverness is not good here. Maybe I should wait until we get performance issues with our grid and then fix that. Although I do have access to the previous location. So that wouldn't be too hard to put in here. And I have access to the ID and everything else. Let's try this instead. We have the ID, which is a U size. What are you? Are you size or U32? I think it's a U32. So we have the ID. We have the previous location, which is a vector 2, and a new location. It's a vector 2 F32. So if I have these three things, then I can have that previous x, maybe we'll just do old x index is equal to our previous location dot x divided by self dot cell width. Sure Shock, hello, happy holiday. To me and Kitty. Yes, and is Kitty still in the box? Kitty did leave the box. Oh, he did. He's not here. I don't see Kitty around. I should probably turn that off. We gave Kitty for Christmas. We went out and bought his favorite canned food. We normally don't give him canned food. We give him a freeze-dried food that we soak overnight. But he loves this canned food, so we got him that for Christmas, and he ate that all day. Kitty decides whether or not to stay in the box. I know he's not. He likes to go to box every once in a while, but I think mostly to prepare to attack whoever walks by the box. He's not going in there to hide anymore, which I think is actually really nice. All right, so self.cell width. What are you? Oh, expect a semicolon. And then we need to turn this into a usize. Today, const generics was merged in with Rust. Interesting. I've still not found a proper time to use generics. All right, so we're gonna have the previous location.y. Like every time I think that I can find it, I end up realizing that it is not a good choice. And it might be because I'm not writing very much library code. And therefore I'm using things that use generics all the time, but I'm not necessarily having to write them myself. Maybe I'll change that. Like one of these days we're going to find a good time to use it. Okay, so that then we have the new x index. So we're just going to do all this calculations right here. All right, so this is going to give us our... now, something I realized. I'm doing this calculation twice here. And in fact, many, many, many times. I have an idea. What if I create a private function? So calculate, basically get index by location. I don't think I need to do a test for this because if those other tests fail, then this is clearly a problem. So this is going to be self. And then we're going to take a, I can just take in an X, F32, and a Y. Cat Peasant redeemed Pet the Kitty. If Kitty Cat comes down here, I will definitely pet the cat. He was down here twice so far. But then he ran off. So Y is an F32. And I'm thinking we can return a tuple of usize. Cat Peasant comes here to see Kitty. Oh man, I should I've done it a few times. I've posted a couple Zilby pictures to the Discord that I have. And maybe if I can get into the habit of it, I could just do like a picture a day and just like post it into the Discord. Use that as like, hey, if you want to see lots of pictures of Zilby. Something else I've considered doing, and tell me what you all think about this. Because like a lot of streamers have like goals that they set. I'm not ready to do something like a sub goal, but I think like a follower goal could be fun, where I could say after X number of followers that we've gotten, we'll do a like just a full like a kitty stream where I'll take down the green screen, I'll set up the room like perfect kitty, bring all of his toys, bring some food, we can hang out, chat, and like just play fetch and other things with the kitty cat. And then when he's like completely done and sated, then we can like go and do something fun on the computer again. But like that could be a fun goal to do. That'd be a nice little video that we could then have whenever we wanted to watch Zilby. Okay, so if I do this, here's where I could just do this once and then return this. So this is going to be we're going to return a tuple of x divided by self.width. Then take u, and then as a u size. Okay, so then here, to make this a little bit easier, we're going to say let old x old x old y equals self dot get indexed by location, and we're going to pass it in the previous location dot x location dot y. Let new x new y equals self dot get indexed by location. This is location dot x y. Okay, that's a little bit easier to read. We could also update you too. Takes off 2 lines. Then, what are you upset about? Oh. Be cell width, height. There we go. All right. Okay, so we have this entire old X. Wait a second. What do you mean you're not used? You're used right here. Oh, move entity is not used. That's why. Okay. So we have our indexes. We need to check to see if both are the same. If old X and old Y are the same as new X, new Y, we're not doing anything. We're not changing. So if old X is equal to new X and old Y is equal to new Y, then we're not doing anything at all. Which really means we can do this as an OR and just say if old X is not exactly equal to new X, or old Y is not equal to new Y, then we need to extract it out and remove it from that cell. So that's going to be that entity equals self dot cells dot, so position old X old Y first. The down is Y. Old X. Now this is an option. So let some cell. Press like page down or something like that. That wasn't fun. Okay, let some cell is equal to u. Then we want to extract the entity out of this cell. That's going to be something like cell dot. And then I want to like take by ID essentially. And then we want to pass in this ID. And that will get us an entity. Now take by ID doesn't exist yet. We're going to make it exist. So it's going to take an entity out of the cell by ID, and then we want to just reinsert it. So it's going to be self.insert that entity. And that's all that's going to happen here. Now, okay, we need take by ID to add into the cell. So we need to go into a cell. Okay, so set test cell take by ID. All right, so how's this going to work? We just have a cell just wraps around a vector with some of these methods in it. So basically, we just have a vector and we want to take something from that, and this just wraps around it. So we're first of all going to create our cell. Cell equals cell new. So that gives us an empty cell in there. We can then insert an entity. So we need an entity. Which means we need an entity builder. Then we're going to entity builder, entity build. Then we're going to insert the entity into the cell. So we know that this is entity 0. We can do this again. Let entity 1. So it's going to have an ID of 1. Entity builder, create build. So entity 0. Our cell needs to be mutable. I think you should really consider making your grid a hash map. Yeah, it'd be nice to make that a hash map. Yeah, that'd probably be best. Let's add that to the README of things to do. So convert hash map, convert grid into hash map, coordinates, and vector of entities. Yeah, that'll make it a lot simpler and smaller too. Okay, so then we insert these two cells in here. Sorry, we insert these two entities into this cell. Then I want to extract maybe like the first one. It doesn't really matter. And then the length should be 1, and the one we get should have the correct ID. So I want to then let entity equals cell dot take by ID, and I want to pass it 0. And you should be an entity owned by this. Let's get take by ID. Return an entity. Okay. Now I need to actually return an entity for this part to be happy. So let's see. How do we want to do this? Inside of here, we want to assert, like there's a couple things we need to assert. So we need to assert equal that the entity that ID is 0. And we also need to assert that the length is 1. So equal that cell dot entities dot length is 1, and that's it. That's all we need to care about here. So we're not returning entity yet. So let's figure this out. So we're gonna do entity equals self dot entities dot. All right, what can we get out here? I want to do a find. There's a contains. There is a drain. I want to drop it. There's get. Oh, returns a reference. That's not what I want. Where does that get? So there's remove. It removes and returns the element at position index. Well, I'm not cloning full entities though. My clone only clones part of the entity. Which is helpful in this case. So I manually implement clone for that. There's removes first instance of item from the vector if the item exists. Okay, that's not helpful. That just is Boolean, so that's not going to help me do that. Okay, so perhaps the remove, which means I need to get the index of it first. I can find, maybe? Will find give me the index? Okay, so let's do, we'll get into an iterator. Then I think we can find, this finds, oh no, you're going to return, yeah, you're going to return the actual item. I mean, I would love not to have to implement like a index of myself. I think like it's got to have it somewhere. Position. Searches for an element in an iterator, returns its position, and it takes a predicate. Okay. And it's going to get an option index. Okay, I think that's what I want. So in position, we have a predicate. This is going to be an entity. And then I want to say entity.id is equal to the ID. So that gives me this entity index. Which is an option usize. Okay, that's fun. So this take by ID is going to have to be an option with an entity. So then we have this option index. Here we can then turn this into an if-let. If-let sum index equals, okay, self that. Okay, so we're going to return directly from this. So we get an index now. Now I want to return self.entities.remove based upon the index, and that's that. Else it's going to be enough. Can I use a question mark on option? Yeah, I don't know if I've tried. Let's see. Equals this. Mismatch types, expected to U32, found to U size. Oh, you need to be U32. Okay, so then remove. So remove itself. It's 2. Wait a second. Expected and enum option entity found struct entity. Oh, because okay, some like that. There you go. Wrap it in an option. I know, but I think I actually have it as a U32 elsewhere. So I think this is the easiest. Okay, so if I do that, I'm back to here. Self take by ID. I think we can unwrap you because in the test we know you should, like, we want you to call bloody murder if this fails. Okay, so you're happy. I have 7 errors. Mismatch types. Okay. So stuff that inserts. And okay, so here's this take by ID. I can only do the question mark if I'm returning this error, and I'm not returning anything from move entity. So I can't do that. So we have to do an if let sum here too, or like a match. If let some entity equals this, then insert you just straight back in. Like take the entity out and insert it right back in. Now, borrow cell is mutable. Why? Sum that cell. So you need to be mute cell. Not move out. Okay, so cell. Oh wait, maybe. Okay. Then down here, grid.move entity takes 3 argument. Okay, so right. So in move entity, we're going to take in, what are we going to take in? It's going to be the ID, the previous location, and the new location. So ID. We know we have entity builder. I think it's 0. Yeah, assert equal. Here's this ID of player 0. But also I could just do, I've lost the player. So if I want to keep the player around, I would have to clone it. But I think, okay, I could just do 0. The old location, I probably do want to clone the player. So here, player equals entities. So we update the player there. Let's do let code location equals player dot location. So that should clone that out or copy it out. We have location that, well, we have the player, so we can just use that. So we're gonna have old location and player dot location like that. Cannot borrow grid is mutable more than once. I may need to. Okay. Let new location player dot location. Yeah, that's what I need to do. Okay. No errors there. No errors anywhere else. Does this work? No. Okay, it did not move. I think I'm not doing okay. I'm not like resetting the grid, that grid location again. So there's that. If we go back to cell, is this running? So this should take it by. Okay. That works. Okay. So we can take an item from a cell. Then we want to go back into grid here. When we move the entity, if let some entity equals, okay, so we take the entity, we insert this back in, but we need to do a little bit of cleanup now. If there are no more items in that cell, we should replace it with a none instead of a sum. So right after we take this, we should also, I don't need to do this right here, do I? I can do that down here. So if self dot cells of position old y new y. So if you are is sum. No. Well, I can check to see if you're sum and if you have length. I think that's the thing. It's like if your is sum, and your length is 0. Oh, am I not allowed to see into entities? Yeah, I don't have view into entities. So I could just like get all, and if that's like 0. But I could also have an is empty. So then this is going to be is empty is return self dot entities dot is empty. This is an option. So if it's some, I can now at this point in time just unwrap that because I know it exists. I should probably, you know what, it's gonna be easier to just do if let some it's gonna be a cell equals cells position y x. Okay, so we have the cell. So then it's gonna be if cell dot is empty, or match with a match guard. I mean, if I match on that, it's only gonna be a sum or a none, like a sum or a none. And then Clippy will yell at me that I'm not using if let sum. Okay, so if cell is empty, then I want to take this cell we want to take these and replace it with a none. I don't know if this is going to let me do that because now I'm borrowing, I'm moving out. So can I just do that? Ah, I can. Okay. So now this replaces that. You can also make it not an option since you already have an is empty. That's quite kind of the equivalent of none. I was doing none so it wouldn't take up as much space. So I wasn't creating a bunch of spaces up. Of course, like using a hash map will solve that problem. Empty effects don't take memory? What? Oh, well, that's good to know. Also, would have made things a lot simpler. Man, okay. There goes me and my assumptions. But learning something new, so woo! That's always good. And of course, that assumption caused me a lot of pain because all of this stuff is now fun because of it. How do I find Rust so far? I mean, I find it a lot of fun, but I'm not using it for my day job, so I don't like. I'm only doing fun things with Rust, if that makes sense, which makes it a lot funner to use. Like building games or other little projects, not something that I'm like having to earn a living with, is or be yelled at by customers or product owners or anybody else. It's really fun and nice. That being said, I wouldn't mind doing some in production. Just pet projects. Exactly. I am Hardliner. Hello. All right. So all these are working now. Does this cargo test? Are all my tests working? They are. Okay. Perfect. You did the same for 3 years before managing to use it at work. Oh, nice. You started reading one of the books you recommended. It's pretty interesting. Oh, nice. Which book are you reading? I'm Hardliner is referencing. He asked me about teaching books or teaching references. So I gave him 3 books to read, which is Teach Like a Champion 2.0. There is also Practice Perfect and Pragmatic Thinking and Learning. which are all excellent resources, and I've read all of those. I want to reread them now. Okay. And then I recently found out that the author of Teach Like a Champion, and who's also the same author of Practice Perfect, he just released a new book recently, which is something to do about remote learning. I haven't bought it or read it yet, but one of my old managers, who's an active teacher right now, he got it and he's reading through it, and so he'll be letting me know if it's worth its salt. Okay, so with all of our tests working, if I want to like now, nothing that you were going to see here has. Oh, well, actually, now it's even less impressive because now I don't have anything. I was going to say like nothing is going to show differently, but no, it showed differently. Our player is gone. So that's not the best. It's like technically suboptimal here. What happened to our player? So here's our player in the world, and we add the entity. It's in our main library. Then, so I guess like, was the player should have been loaded into the level and into the grid. Okay, we haven't even called that yet. So that's curious. We just held grid entity has been updated. Might need to change cells. Yes, we do, but like self dot self the grid dot. Or what did we call it? I wish like all mine. Okay, so self dot grid dot. Move entity. Oh, because you're not self.grid. We already have. Right. So we have grid dot move entity. Okay, so the ID. We have the entity.id. Now, we need the previous location, so we need to actually store the old location out. So old location is going to be equal to entity.location. Yeah, I think you're right, Lindsay. I think it would be better to have like a good grid data structure that holds the IDs of where they go, and then I could just move the IDs around. The book that we read for the game programming patterns did talk about that. We never practiced that one. We just did the other one where you just put the entities in. But I think you're right that like having a grid of IDs would be very helpful. And actually, let's do this. Convert. Let's actually. This out is store entities into. I might store them into a hash map also, instead of a vector. So that way I can do. Then they can be like ID entity, and then I can have cells. So store entities into hash map. Oh, I've done ECS before. I've used ECSs. Hash map. I did an introduction to ECS. I think also. It was a long time ago. I think we used specs. We used specs here for that. Store entities into hash maps. Yeah, we used it for REST stuff. Okay, so store entities into hash maps, and convert the grid to store the IDs of the entities and where they are in the world. So hopefully I'll that will make sense to me. Okay, so if we have an old location, entity.location, then we update. Well, see, this is gonna be easy, because I can get the entity location out of here. So I don't need the update to pass in that location thing. I just run update, and then we can say that new location equals entity.location, like that, and then we can compare them equal to each other. So then if old location is equal to new location is not equal to new location, then we need to tell grid entity. So then we have entity ID, the old location, and the new location. There we go. And you don't return anything. So there's that. Okay, so closure requires unique access to grid, but is already borrowed. Yeah, so perhaps moving away from for each would be helpful for us into just a normal iterator, just a for loop. So it doesn't have to go in through here. So I think I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna do a for entity in entities. Then I don't have the same problem here anymore. Okay. You don't need to be mutable? I guess not, yeah. Then, okay, so still have an error. Borrow grid is mute more than once. Wait, okay, so here it is. Grid cannot borrow more than once at a time. So where's the other 81 and 82? Okay, so here's all the entities. Get all entities mute. Then update them. So we borrow grid to get all the entities. Yeah, I know. They borrow from the grid because like they're in the grid. So let's see, how do I solve this now? Run our update, we have our locations. Now we're getting, let's see, entities. I mean, if possible, I would like to not create another data structure, but I could create like a vector of these moves, but that's like, this is all temporary before I like fix the grid and like make it better. So maybe not spending too much time on this would be helpful, and like the band-aid solution because we're going to be fixing it and making like separating out the entities from the grid, which will make it like make this entire problem moot. Because if I need to check the movement, I could run this outside of this for loop, but then I need all the I need a list of IDs, old locations, and new locations. So I could do that. I could basically say let entities to move entities, moved entities. You're a vector. Then we're going to throw these things into you. So I'm going to say moved entities, push, and we can just put a tuple for this because it's the simplest. And that's going to be our entity.id, old location, and our new location. Then down here, after we go through all the entities, then it's time for us to update our grid. So we want to loop through all these move entities and then tell the grid to update. So I think I can do this one as the for each. So move entities dot iter mute. No, this one just be iter for each. This is going to give us the ID, old location, new location. And then we move you down here. We don't need entity ID, we just have the ID. All right, so mismatch types found. Oh, a reference to it. Sure, we'll just dereference you. Same thing for all of you. Okay, no errors. Now, does this work now, or is our player still missing? Our player is still missing. I don't know where the player is, which is a little bit disconcerting. I guess, like, first of all, do we have any players at all? In our world, so when we update, let's just let's debug self.grid. Let's just see what's in our grid. This probably will be terrible. Don't take ownership of it. This is where the hash map would be nice. I saw some things there. Okay, so our world is too big for that. We need to find the player. So, oh, you know what we can do? We can get all the players. So that we can debug self.grid. We don't have the grid when we start. Can I unwrap it? Unwrap dot get all entities. Doesn't really matter. Sure, get all entities mute. There. I don't want. Fine, I'll do you in 2 lines. Let entities equals you. Entities. Let's see. Oh, I need to do the unwrap. It's what was that? It's not take. What was the thing? Oh, as ref. As ref. That's what I want. As meter ref. We can just get all. Oh, then I can unwrap. Then get. Let's just get this. Yeah, that's fine. For just printing them out, that'll be fine. This will print out all the entities and nothing else. Over and over and over again. So we can see here we have a entity, no draw system, none of our entities have draw systems, so that's a what I might call a problem. What if okay, let's just panic after the first one. And if after one update we don't have anything with a draw system. Did I forget to give like the player a draw system? None. Wait, I have 3 items in here. Look, this is 50. That's our one. This is our player. This is our player right here. Our player has no draw system. Cool. All right. Our player does not have a draw system. That's an issue. Let's see. So in our main library, we gave the player a draw system here, and then we added the player in. So it goes into world. We then load the level. Oh, I wonder, okay. Let me try running this at the top of update. See whether or not our if we have a draw system on a player before this runs. Okay, so none. Okay, so that's the first time we run draw, and we don't have a draw system. That seems okay. Oh right, you know why? Because get all cloned doesn't get us draw systems because it's a light clone. Okay, hold on. I need to get all entities mute. Except, can I do it as mute ref? As mute? Yeah, there it goes. This will, okay. That was our problem. I think. Draw system none, draw system none. Draw system, okay, it's the sum player draw system. There we go. So here's our draw system. Now, am I losing that down here? Let's do that down at the bottom after one iteration through. Do I lose the player draw system? No. Okay, we still have a draw system here. And our location is 50 by 50. And so if we have, what is our, world unit width and height is 50. Okay, so world unit width and height is 50. So if we're 50.1, 50.1, then we should be in location 1, 1. So we should be in location 1, 1. So where was I doing this testing? It was not in the grid, it was in the world. So now let's try for this so grid, get all entities, position 1, 1. Oh, you don't know what this is, do you? So that's a vec entity. So let's do 1, 1. What? Cannot index into. Wait, is index into? Oh, oh, right. Yes. I need. I'm not thinking about this in a grid. I'm thinking about like I'm getting this all out of there. If I public the entity. Well, no. Wait, hold on. I can do debug self dot grid position 1. Position 1. That's what I want. You let me. Oh, because yeah, option. As ref dot unwrap. Dot cells, I think. Oh, and you're private. So let's just make you public. Just a little bit. Now what? Cannot move out of here. I don't want to. All right, there you go. Then I don't need you anymore. So after one iteration through, we see in this cell, here's our entity. We see that it has the player draw system in it. So it is our player in here. Okay. So we see that. Now for our draw code, our camera I wonder if our camera is not, if that query is not working properly. So then you're fine here. So everything is working there. Camera. I wonder if this is empty. And let's get T's. Let's just debug that. Fine. Referenced entities. Yeah, it's an empty array. Okay, so our query is incorrect. That's what's happening. So we're querying the grid and we're passing in this camera. That's a rectangle. So that has an X and a Y, and a width and a height. And so I think we're getting our start index and end index might be incorrect here because of math. Right, because it's width instead of the cell width. So let's actually use our new get indexed by location, which we just pass in the x and a y. So if we do let start x equals self dot get indexed by location, this is going to be the query.x, query.y, and then that start x, start y, let end x and y equals self dot get indexed by location. And this is going to be our query.x plus query.w, query.x plus query.height. Okay, we don't have to do these calculations anymore. Okay, so we have our collector here. So for index y in start index y, so this is going to be start y through end y. For index x in start x through end x, then the rest should be the same. Still got nothing in there. Okay, so for index, we push these in. Are we actually ever finding anything in here? But some cell, like if I debug found in here, and we go back into our previous code, and I remove this debug here. Do we ever see a found? No. Okay, so we're not finding anything. So that's our my query. Like, where's my camera? Like what is the location? Like what is the camera's scene? Because like maybe that's incorrect for me, and maybe I need to actually think this through a little bit more. So you have this camera as a rectangle. So if you go to camera here, it's we have its location and its width and its height. Okay. So, but if we do as rect, it's self.x is minus. So its location minus the width, minus half the width, and then minus half the height. So we're getting a rectangle at the top left corner, and then the full width and height. So that makes sense for me. I think that our grid is incorrect. So query, we get this rectangle of like where we want, like the cells that we want to get in. We get our start x, start y, our end x, and end y. Okay, so C Films, hello. We should be able to get like so starting with like 0. You're back? Oh, welcome back. Welcome back. If we have x and start y, so if we have something like 0 here, did I create tests for this? Query for entities. I did. Are you running? Oh, that's lovely. Oh wait, do I still have a panic in? So world line 178. Wait a second. Do I still have a panic in here? No, I don't. No, I don't have a panic in here. Yeah, I don't have any panics in the code besides in that main error. So that's fine. So what are you yelling about? Panic is ambiguous. That's for all these tests. How about Rust Analyzer? Can you just restart? Let it rescan everything. No, okay, so it's got. Okay, so that's you go away. Still the same problem. Okay, hold on. Let's run this. I do a cargo build. You work. You do work. Okay, so if I do a cargo test, do we get all those errors? We do. Okay, so what's going on with that? Ambiguous name. I'm wait, I'm not calling panic like directly anywhere here. Did I somehow import panic somewhere? Yes, I did. That's the answer. I imported panic and it overrode it, so it's trying to use the wrong panic. Cool. Also, that happened. Yeah. Yeah, so up here I somehow managed when I was writing those panics, I forgot the bang, and so I somehow imported a core panic, which then it was like, oh well, hey, let's just use this one instead of anything else, and oh, everything fails. That's fun. Auto import is usually good. Usually. But then sometimes those fun problems end up happening. Okay, so all of my tests are running. But I'm clearly not getting anything to display out. So my camera here in the world, when I'm doing draw, I'm getting 0 entities to iterate over. So my query is incorrect. So this query, we're saying I'm getting my start x and start y and x and xy and y for the indexes to go over. And what? You guess you could really say it caused a panic. that did indeed. Okay, so start x, start y. No, okay, this is start. This is end. this is end x and end y. Okay. So for the current index y that we're going for in start y through end y, and then for index x in start x through end x. If let for, okay, so then if we have a cell in there, index y of index x, then push that in. Okay, so then we have nothing in here. We know that we have something in. We know that we have something in there because in our updates, we're seeing something in the grid. Okay. So it's 1 o'clock. I'm actually getting tired, so I'm having trouble like thinking straight. I need to go get some food. I'm thinking that instead of like sitting here and try to figure all of this out. Toggle bit, hello! Awesome to see you here. How's your Sunday going? Although I guess for you it's soon not to be Sunday, right? So how did your Sunday go? Still going well? Awesome. How's mine? Well, things were working out. And I think what we have to do is we have to do this. Like I'm gonna move this up. We need to rethink our refactor our grid, so that we have all of our entities in one data structure, and the grid of like figuring out where things are, so I can query them and everything else goes somewhere else. And that's gonna make it a lot easier when I separate them. Right now, this is working, so like that's done. But this needs to be done before I can actually query for them based upon where the camera is. And then there we go. That's all fine. Now, if I wanted just to show us what we have, I could ignore the camera. And I'm actually interested, like, if I... It's our mod world. Okay, so draw. If I, instead of this, if I just create a new rect. If we just say, okay, start with 0, go to 5,000. 5,000 at 0. So like the entire width of the world. Like just give me everything. Will that work? Or will we also get nothing? Length is 100. So that's a problem. So grid line 62. That's where in this query, we're trying to get out of here. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I'm a hardliner. Is toggle's bits all toggled in the correct order? Okay, so might get indexed by location. Let's see. Oh, well, hold on. Yeah, then no, this would be correct for like the end. Why? That's a Y. There's only one bit and it's always toggled. Ah, perfect. Okay, hold on. That was a Y. Okay, so X and Y, X and W, Y and H. Okay. Answer with a 1 or a 0. If I do like 3,000. So we found our player there. Did I just screw this up? Was everything gonna work just fine? Let's try the camera thing again. No, okay, yeah. So it's not not exactly right. We need to figure out what our camera is and get that going correctly. If I do go to the camera for new, I guess we're setting that up. If we go to the library and we're creating the camera. I want to set this as 0.0. So the camera's not seeing it normally. I need to figure out that entire thing, but that's gonna be part, like I need to fix the grid part first, and then that will be a lot easier to deal with once I have that, hopefully. Oh, you're okay. You're fine. Relaxing a bit. Think about stupid things you put into your game. I'm Hardlander. Which game is this? Is this your Ant game or the platformer game that you were creating? Because both look pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna close all of these down. Let's go ahead and save all this stuff up to GitHub. So this is all right. What did we do today? We updated our, okay, so we're moving items in and out of cell. So moving entities in and out of cells. You try not to think about programming in preparation for all. You're trying to be as unprepared as humanly possible. Sounds like me. I usually like come in here and like, okay, let's do this. I'm gonna show off. I'm gonna model like what the process of learning and figuring all this stuff out live is. It's the upcoming one, so not the platformer and not the a third one. A third game. Oh, so like a new game. Ooh, new projects are so fun. All right, I think we're all closed up here. I don't need you. Don't need all of you. Okay, so I think we're good for that. If you want to see all this code, I have a link to it at Bang Repo. So you can go take a look at that. It's all made in Rust and using GGEZ as the library. I'm gonna go ahead and end this for you watching the VODs if you're on YouTube.